Would help if I hadn't muted it, wouldn't it? There we go. So what I was saying is, hello. Yeah, CSI. So this morning, it was about 5 a.m. I was hanging, ready for bed. I thought I really should stop now and go to bed. So I went to the door, I put on what are my very muddy boots because our garden is full of mud right now. And I thought, ooh, I must grab my cup and take that to the kitchen. So of course I turn around and I walk all across the nice new carpet in really muddy boots. And I look down and I think, bugger. So yeah, I've got some mud to clean up now. Sure, one sec. Actually, it's probably the speakers here. Hang on a minute. Is that better? Yes, there is now a webcam stream. Okay, I'll turn it down a bit more. It's like literally on nothing. Hang on, don't. It's like the volume slider on YouTube is like on 1 pixel. Is that better? Is it on like really low? Hang on a minute. Testing. More. Is that any better? Sorry, my daughter-in-law was here today fiddling with it, so that would explain that. Yeah, it's still a bit low actually, isn't it? One second. Let me grab the doodah. Make sure we're still on cardioid, etc., etc. Cardioid, yes. Why is that all the way over there? Yeah, that's all on max. That's on max. That is very quiet though. Why? Hello, testing. Don't know, for some reason it's not going up as high as it used to, but as long as you can hear me, that's the main thing. No, I've only just started. Just fiddling with the audio. Alright, hang on. I'll do a quick Starship burst. You get to see my legs. Yes, it's my new favourite creme brulee toy. Oh yeah. I can't really see it from there. Yeah, extremely cool. That was a birthday present from Claire. Yeah, it's surprisingly powerful. Yeah, late birthday, early Christmas, you know, whichever works. Right then. Let's go to Mini-Me, and then we can have a look at what we've been up to. Yep. So you may notice there is a second box. So this is the Galaxy Gen server, which is now fully migrated and working. So rather than this, which was the previous version, so you can see I've unhooked this completely now. So this is a blueprint component which was hanging off of GameState, which is how I set it up like 3 years ago. And that's obviously a poor decision back in the day. Now we have what is essentially the same code running on a standalone class, which of course means it now exists on the client and the server. In fact, just look at the replication a minute. Yeah, so we've got netload on client. It's not replicating because it doesn't need to. So this will handle all of our Galaxy Gen needs. Yeah, well, luckily the dev shed is very much fireproofed. It's got cement board cladding and fireproof insulation and fireproof sort of soundproof plasterboard stuff. So hopefully it will never burn down. He says, touch wood. Yes, exactly, Oni. So previously the Galaxy was being generated on the server and then just being handed out to the clients via a rep notify variable. But it's just too much data to send in a single packet. So what we're doing is generating it now on the client instead. And because the whole thing is seed driven, obviously the client's going to generate exactly the same data as the server anyway. Yes, so basically the sensors has like a state file, and that state file lists things like which page is it on, what the settings are on that page, what the zoom level is, all those sorts of things. But the actual underlying background data, which is like the huge chunk of Galaxy data, is stored on the client itself. So we don't need to transmit that over the network now. But getting that working replicated will be tonight's job, now that we've got it working in single player. Captain Ghost Rocky, how in depth will the engineering be? If you've tried out the Cold and Dark tutorial, that should give you some idea as to how in depth it will be. But generally speaking, every system, every pipe, every cable, every physicalized piece of hardware will have a health value, a quality value, an efficiency value, and all these things will work in concert to produce the overall effectiveness of that piece of hardware. If it's broken or it's damaged, then it will physically need to be fixed. So you'll need to physically find the damaged component and either swap it out or just use a repair tool on it. Yeah, or in short, yes. How detailed will it be? Yes. Right, so I just wanted to test something I've just added. So one thing that was happening is it was generating the new Galaxy data, but then also sorting the data and sending it whilst that was still happening. So I've just popped in a bit of logic there just to make sure that it doesn't try and sort anything if it's currently in the middle of regenerating the sectors. So I should only generate stuff once, which it did, so that's fine. Yeah, so you can see we've got stars, we've got a planet, we've got got stars. That all works. That works. That works. They're working. Yeah, so all this data is now coming from the standalone class rather than game state, so that's good. But of course this is running locally. So what we need to do now is make this run on the client so we get the same picture of events. Yeah, megalights. It's an interesting one. I think megalights is going to... Why is my... Hang on. Weird. Yeah, megalights is going to fix the performance issues with the lighting for anyone that has an RTX or otherwise ray tracing, hardware ray tracing compatible card. Because megalights require hardware ray tracing to do their thing. But it does mean if you do have a card that supports hardware ray tracing, the lights will be essentially cost-free and casting shadows. So right now, none of these lights are casting shadows. We're not using lumen right now because of the cost of it. So we're using fake uplighters to light the ceilings. But none of these lights can cast shadows because shadow casting is extremely expensive on the GPU. But with megalights, it's essentially free, which means all these lights can cast shadows properly, which means you'll get a much more depth to the scene. So right now, as you can see, you've got obviously this little pedestal thing here, and granted it's floating right now, but that should be casting shadows on the floor from these lights, and of course it isn't because they don't cast shadows. But with megalights enabled, that will all start casting shadows. If you don't have a ray tracing card, then it will just work as is. So I need to put some megalights switches on these lights. So if megalights is supported, they'll cast shadows, otherwise they won't. That aside, nothing else should change. So you should see, at least hopefully, from my testing, it seems to be working as advertised, but you should see quite a significant FPS increase if your card supports hardware ray tracing. But we've got I think 4 plugins now that need to be updated. Hang on, let's have a look. So those are the plugins we're using. Or at least in the case of that one, we'll be using. And these are the ones that are currently updated to 5.5. So basically it's the modular snap, which we use for doing geometry building, the 6-off movement, which is what we use for the flight model, and the global event handler, which we use for absolutely everything. Only the cat is using the spline movement system right now, so that can potentially be deleted temporarily. But yeah, last time I checked, these don't support 5.5 yet, so we can't update until all the plugins are supported, which is why I hate using plugins. Yeah, and also on Inani, apparently Epic did quite a lot of render pass improvements in 5.5, and they've also improved a lot of the CPU code as well when it comes to like RHI and caching. So hopefully we should see a decent increase in lumen quality. They've also improved the denoiser for lumen, so whereas before you had to turn the quality up quite high to get rid of the flickering that would happen. You'd have like a shimmery flickering effect in dark places. You had to turn the settings up to get rid of that, which of course of course cost more on performance. But now that their denoiser is a lot better, you can turn the settings back down, get that performance back, but still not have patchy dark places. So I think all in all, Lumin's a lot more viable on 5.5 for a game like this. But I can't test it yet until all the plugins are updated. Right, so let's start adding some clients to this. So to play as a listen server, we have one server, one client. Right, so the server has got stars and everything. Client only has background texture and doesn't have anything there. Right, so our first job is to make sure that the client is properly storing the data that's being generated by that little box over there. A little down higher up, I can do that. One server, one client is more than enough to test the replication. How much higher do you want, little Dan? Is that better? RTX is NVIDIA's acronym for ray tracing. So any card that is abbreviated with RTX, so like the RTX 3050, for example, is a ray tracing card, whereas the previous ones were GTX. So the GTX ones do not support ray tracing. I don't actually know what the GTX stands for. No, I can't think of what that could mean. But no, RTX definitely means ray tracing. Okay, Aaron, I'll move it when I do that. Back in for the Galaxy display. So I couldn't decide whether or not to store the data on the underlying blueprints or the actual widget. And I think in this instance, I'll probably do it on the widget here. And I will need to do it on here as well, so that's not needed. So basically, if you were watching the last stream, I was explaining that every time the ship moves, so every time its galactic XYZ changes, it forces either a regeneration of the entire sector space if you've passed into a new sector, or if you've just travelled 1 light year, then it will resort all the star systems by distance to the ship, obviously, because you're now 1 light year different to what you were before. So in either of those scenarios, it spits out some galaxy data as an array, which I don't think we have on here. That's a single sector. Oh no, this one here. So when it goes for all of its bits and pieces and it goes over all of its sorting and does all of that, the last thing it does is it broadcasts out this array here, which is all the star systems listed by distance or ordered by distance. And then things like the holo display then need to store that data. Now what we were doing is doing this on the server and using a rep notify to basically force the holo display to update its display. What we want to do now is get rid of the rep notify and just force it directly like that, so that essentially becomes irrelevant. Don't need that anymore. So now we have a stored version of the data which should exist on the client and the server equally. I just need to make sure that that's, we don't want that running only on the server. So get rid of the server version, stick it on the client. We will also do the same when we're generating manual sectors. Because at the moment, again, this is running on the server, so we're checking whether we have authority, and then we're listening for those events. But we want to make sure we listen on the client as well. So hopefully that should be sufficient for the holo display to work on the client. Just give that a quick whirl a minute. No, we're not seeing the view. Okay. Let's make sure both the client and the server are actually getting the data. Should be. Thank you, Cranius. Yeah, there's a few good ones actually, Delta. There's Fluid Ninja. That might be the one you're thinking of. That's quite expensive. Fluid Ninja's really good for doing baked fluid sims. And we'll be able to use that for quite a few different things. I want, once we've got Lumen working, we can actually have volumetric, like dry ice fog coming down the reactor. So when the reactor's running and all the coils are all cooled down, we'll have like a fog cascading down the front of the reactor, which I think is going to look really cool. Ruddy, yeah. So the Galaxy Gen needs to regenerate every time you go forward one sector or back one sector, because it's maintaining a 3x3x3 grid of sectors around you at all times. Obviously, we can't generate more than that, because that's the 3x3x3 grid is 27 sectors, and around Sol, that's about 54,000 star systems. Obviously, 54,000 array entries is mental. That's a massive, massive array. So we can't be chucking around 54,000 arrays, array items. So what we do is we filter that based on a sphere around the ship of 50 light years, and that cuts that down from 54,000 down to about 1,600 or so, or 2,500 in some cases, and that's a slightly more reasonable number. But it means that every time the ship moves 1 light year, we're only actually storing a 50,000 light year radius sphere. So we've generated 54,000 star systems, which is about 150 light years worth of radius. As the ship is moving, we of course have to recalculate that 50 light year radius every 1 light year, so that you've always got stars around the ship. And the reason it's 50 is because each sector is 100 light years wide, so you've always got enough stars in every direction that you're never going to kind of run out of stars and reach a flat edge. So as soon as you cross into the next sector, again, you've got 150 light years worth of stars in front of you, and that 50 light year radius continually moves forward until it reaches the boundary of the sector. Yes, Daniel, it's being updated on the 24th of December. So we've set the date, and it's definitely going to be updated, barring anything absolutely game-breaking. Okay, so what we're seeing here is that only the server is running this print string. Let's get rid of the replication on that a minute, because that's perhaps muddying the waters slightly. Yeah, that's still only on the server. Definitely doing this on the client. Good question, Ian. So yes, right now you can only see 50 light years in front of you, but what we're going to do is we're going to essentially have different classes of stars have different generation ranges. So something like an O-class star, they're so rare in the galaxy that we can be generating O-class stars at like 1,000 light years away, if not 2,000 light years away. And you're only ever going to get like a dozen of them in the data. So for really, really, really rare but huge bright stars, and it's convenient that the galaxy is automatically, it's naturally ordered this way, because the bigger and brighter the star, the rarer it is naturally. So we can just reduce the range depending on the abundance of the star, and that also plays well with apparent magnitude. So again, of course, the more numerous a star is, generally the less luminous it is, and therefore its apparent magnitude is lower, which means you're not going to be able to see that star with the naked eye beyond a certain range anyway. So we can keep the data pool small by only generating really high magnitude stars far, far away, if that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. And things like supergiants. So we will tailor the data generation around that. So things like LT and Y class stars, they're really dim. You can't see them with the naked eye. So you shouldn't see them out the window anyway. So beyond generating them for the data, we only need to generate them, like 20, 30 light years ahead of the ship. Which means we can keep the data pool small and have that data space available for the really bright stars. And I heard a fact the other day actually, which kind of blew my mind. It's that practically, if not every star you can see in the sky is bigger and brighter than our sun. So you can't see anything up there smaller than our sun, which is kind of crazy to think about. Because anything like M class, you can't see it with the naked eye anyway. Yeah, I think you need to look at the numbers there, Ruddy. If you if a 3x3x3 grid, which is 27 sectors, if that is 54,000 stars, if you're generating the entire galaxy at once, you're looking at more like 400 billion stars. So you would need an array which was 400 billion entries long, and you'd need quite a few terabytes of RAM to store that. So yeah, that's never happening. But more to the point, why is this not doing its thing? So let's just... Ooh. Do we have net load on client turned off? No, we don't. Okay, so we're definitely loading it on the client. Right, so is the client actually doing something? Okay, yes, so the client is definitely running that. So is the client getting that message? It is not. Interesting. Ooh, I know why. It is because this is a server RPC. Or not at all even. Right, so what we need to do is we need to make that one and that one multicast. So, alright, so Excuse the burning smell, that's just my brain. Right, so if I get the server to do all of this gubbins here, right, and then if we make this a multicast, and we also make this a multicast, then the server can manage the triggering of the event, and then the client can also just do its thing with this, because that just ensures that the client is actually broadcasting the update. Give that a whirl a minute. Okay, that didn't work at all. Brilliant. The client is actually doing something with that. Yep, okay. See, actually, thinking on it, we shouldn't even need to make that a multicast. Just see whether both the client and server are running this, because some of these update events are sort of explicitly running on the server, just to make things confusing. Yeah, so the client basically isn't seeing this event because this isn't multicast out, so that's not necessarily a problem. No, there are no Dan Simmons books back there, Robert. It's mostly Terry Pratchett. Yeah, that's not a bad idea, Ian. The bigger issue there is, yes, so basically we would have to reassess that once per light year. Which is perhaps a little bit too granular, because as you fly, say, down below the star, you'd see a black point in space where there's no stars before you hit that light year boundary. Plus they wouldn't appear on the sensors either. So that's interesting. So we should have authority to do the multicast, which is interesting. Because we should already be server authoritative at that point. Hang on, let's test this a sec. So if I make this specifically running on the server, and I call that, now only the server should be able to do that anyway. Okay. Just as a quick test then a minute. Right, so both the server and the client should say hello, because we are checking for authority. We are running a server event, which is then driving a multicast event. So that should run on the client. If it doesn't, then we're probably going to have to pass this through player controller. Yeah, so basically what's happening there is, even though this particular actor exists on the server, it's not giving it authority to run a server event. So what we would have to do is get the player controller and pass it through there. Which is annoying. Possibly cheese this using one of my UNOS functions, but and do we want to do that? I really want to avoid casting to anything if possible. Now let's grab our player controller a minute and take a look. So for anyone doing networking in Unreal, the player controller is like the bridge between the client and the server. So if you pass an input to the player controller, then that player controller can turn that into a server event, which is kind of what we need to do here. Now we're doing it through BPIs for the most part. Just wondering whether I do it as a fake button press. Yeah, why not? why not? Let's do that. And then we need to implement the UNOS blueprint interface, which means we get these functions here, which gives us that. So basically all this is doing, this is going to the player controller to be turned into a server RPC and then sent back as a server authoritative event. So which means you can get rid of that. Yeah, we're going to leave that as on the server anyway. So technically, that should have permission to run a multicast. Thanks, Cranius. Have a good one. Alas, no. So that's firing on the server twice because we're not doing an authority check there. That's really weird. Thanks, Alexander. It's definitely getting there. So, it's weird that this isn't multicasting because this actor is loaded on the client, so it does have a copy of this, and this is a server event, so it should be multicasting. So what we'll have to do instead, temporarily I think, is if we create an event on here, what should we call it? Galaxy Gen multicast. This one was a server event. Run that on the server. Okay, and then we need Galaxy Gen multicast event. Okay, and this one will be multicast. So again, this should execute on every client's player controller. Does, however, mean we need to get rid of that a minute. This does require a cast. And remember, casting is the devil. Do not do it if you can get away with it. So we'll run the server event from here. Which again is only running on the server. How very strange indeed. Okay, let's take one step further back. It could be Delta. I mean, it shouldn't be that, but running in Pi, the play-in editor, does have weirdness, so it could very well be that. That is not how you spell galaxy. Right. So we've got just an event, which should require no authority. We've got the server event, which the player controller should have authority to run, which then creates the multicast. So that should just be a Galaxy Gen event. It's just a straight event call. That should multicast. Wow, that's weird. Very weird, actually. Like, should definitely work kind of weird. Let me try that on game state a minute. Oh, I wonder if yeah, I wonder if this needs to run on game state. So I'm just thinking the server owns game state and only has a copy of game state. Player controller is shared between the server and the client, so it could be something something as simple as that. So if we were to get game state cast to Starship game state. So if we do that here, okay, thanks, Triblade. Yeah, it's an ownership issue. It's one of those things where it is actually really simple and really logical. If you can remember who owns what and who has authority over what. Like, in a nutshell, game state is owned by the server. Only the server has a copy of it, and only the server can run stuff on it. But because player controller is also on the server and the client, you can get the client to run events on the game state via the player controller. So that's kind of what we're doing here. So what we need to do is we need to transfer, or at least do a copy of those on game states, and we'll pop them down here. Alright, so that simply runs that. So we need the player controller to run a Galaxy Gen server event. So the player controller should have authority to run this. If it doesn't, I might need to loop it through that first, but let's just give that a whirl a minute. Yeah, so that's still only running on the server, which means it doesn't have authority to run a multicast. Okay. Just make sure that is all set up properly still. Connection server event, blah, blah, blah. Right, okay, so if we therefore so we want to run the server event on here. So we're then casting to player controller, casting to game state as the server. Interesting point you make there actually is whether or not it needs to be a replicated actor. I never thought of that. That could be the issue. Yeah, because this isn't replicated. What am I doing? Class defaults. Replication. So that's definitely not having authority. But does this give it authority? Because this is how we do widget button presses. We use these. So this should work. Because that's literally no different than how we replicate widget button presses. I'll make it always relevant just to check it's not a relevancy issue, because you never know. No, it's definitely not that. Fascinating. Let's remove the authority check, just for a laugh. Oh, that's interesting. So it's running on the server twice, which you don't want it to do. That's really weird, actually. Yes, Triblade, it is. So this particular actor, which is the Galaxy Gen box. So basically, we have a box in the world right there, and that's what's doing all of the Galaxy generation work. This is a replicated actor, so it is loaded on clients. So the clients do have a copy of this actor. We're ticking always relevant for now, just to rule out any weirdness with distances. Now obviously the server has a copy of this, and some of these events are only running on the server. But the interesting thing is, hang on, let's make it only run on the client. So this should convert a client non-authoritative event into an authoritative server event. Which it does. So that's exactly what that did. So that's working as intended. So why is it, if we start with an authoritative event, does it only run on the server? That's really weird. It's like the client has more authority than the server in this instance, which is a little bit ass about face. An opposite to what we need. Gotta love replication problems. So if we don't run a check, then essentially the server runs once, and then the client doubles up the server event, because obviously it's running on the server as well, because of the multicast. But what we don't want to happen is we don't want this to fire multiple times, because that's going to drive multiple galaxy regens, which we don't want to happen. Let's drag some of this over here a minute. Right, so when we start regenerating sectors, we want to take that basically and drive that with it. Ooh, that went well. Not sure what happened there. Let's try that again. Yeah, it didn't like something then. see whether that crashes consistently. Yeah, okay. So this might actually be because both the client and the server are trying to access the same SQL database on the hard drive. This is one of the problematic things testing multiplayer code within the editor, because if you have a hard drive based resource that can only be read by one thing at a time, then obviously it messes up. So before we get to that point, so I'm going to stop it there. Just to prove a point more than anything else. Well, that's interesting. So that time it only ran on the server. Yeah, I've got a second PC next to me here, which I just need to get this copied over to. Basically, the process is really long-winded because I need to package the game, upload it to Steam, and then make that live on a second test branch. And then, of course, I'll update that install on the other machine. So, if you're doing rapid iteration and you're tweaking things to see if it makes a difference, having to upload a build to Steam every single time you tweak something gets old really quickly. This was interesting though, because that regen message is only firing on the server, and yet when I had it hooked up and crashing, it was actually firing on the client. Ooh, it didn't crash that time. Okay, so the client definitely generated some star systems there. Weird. Okay, hang on. Let's just make sure that we've got everything we need. So the server has stars and it has stuff on the sensors, but most importantly, it's got stars on there. Okay. As does the client. Okay. So the difference here between the two is that the client won't have any real world stars. So it's listing a different version of the galaxy for the simple reason that it can't open the SQL database whilst the server is doing so. But that's fine, because that's only a problem if you're running it on the same computer like I am. But that essentially is working and replicating the way we want it to. Still a little weirded out by it, but okay. The fact there's nothing there is fine, because we haven't hooked that one up yet, so that's okay. Alright, so if I park the client there, let's go ahead and I guess target one of the procedural stars. No, that's not going to work, is it? Right, hang on. Let's go and take the ship somewhere So let's go 13,000 set. Let's just like teleport the ship there a minute. Right, so we're targeting a Y-class star that's there. Now, because we moved the ship, that should be on the client as well. So we should have the same view with the same star targeted on the client, which we do appear to do so. Obviously we still can't see it on the display yet because we haven't set that up. But I would say that was a successful test. So we've got, yeah, dim star, 10.25 light years away. 10.25 light years away. Great, okay, so getting somewhere. Hey Ad Astra, welcome to the stream. And yep, happy Thanksgiving to the US folks. I don't actually know which day Thanksgiving is. Has it passed? Is it today? Is it upcoming? Obviously, being in the UK, we don't celebrate Thanksgiving here. Ah, okay, well, happy Thanksgiving for tomorrow. Oh, okay, that's good to know, thank you. Yes, CSI, yeah, it does need to be locked. Because what it does is it loads it into memory and then locks it. Let's get rid of that a minute. Okay, so none of that on the game state was needed. So we can get rid of that. And all of that isn't needed on the player controller either, because we are simply using this. So we're basically pretending that it's a button press and just firing it through as such. Just to satisfy my own curiosity. I just want to see whether doing an authority switch in there is going to break it or not. Yes and no. That was interesting. So why are we doing that count? That's on here, isn't it? So, okay, yeah, so we're reading 0 stars generated, so it's passing through 0 stars. But it's still passing through something, which means it's still getting to this point. So it's running that on the server. Hang on, that only runs on the server? Yeah, so the regen is only running on the server. And yet, it's running that on the client. How very odd. So if I skip that then, do we get another crash? No, quite the opposite. It just doesn't work at all. Interesting. This is the worst kind of thing where it's not failing consistently. Yeah, it's not a bad shout, CSI. I'll give that a try. So I'm going to try with this again a sec, see whether it consistently produces 0 on the client. What if we run that only on the client? Okay. Fine, which means it's behaving very oddly. Okay, so before I go ahead and crash that again, let us very quickly just have a look at the so we got this one, so don't think there's actually yeah, there's no option to open that as read only. I don't have an SQLite browser at the moment, so I can't actually set that file, because if I can set the file to read only, that might do it. Or can I just do that in Windows maybe? Could be an option. Hang on. See whether that breaks it even more. Right, so I set it read only in Windows. This is probably going to break it horribly, but you never know. So, alright, so it definitely worked on the server. Okay, so yeah, what's happening here is it's skipping the SQL thing, so basically it's failing to open it. That gives me an idea though for testing. What we can do if we just remove the 2 checks for the for this. Actually, if we just disconnect that a minute, because basically we wanted to just do procedural stars and not real world stars. Preferably without the error messages. Let's get rid of that message spam. So blah 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 blah. Let's get rid of that one. That one. Right, it's better. Right, so we're only generating procedural stars now. There's no SQL databases involved. There's nothing that can muddy the waters. Now, interestingly, it's definitely skipping the client. Which would suggest there could be a timing issue involved here. Right, okay. So yes, it is. It is a timing issue. Right, so rather than setting that there, let's kind of want to make sure we delay it to stop this firing. Right, so that appears to have worked. So we got stars on the server, stars on the client. Okay. Now what we don't want to do is add an arbitrary delay, because arbitrary delays are like prone to latency and all kinds of issues. So we kind of really need to figure out why a delay is even needed in the first place. Right, let's stick our authority switch in there again. Move our delay back up there. So we're only running on the server. Okay. So nothing generated on the client, but it did run. And if we just do it remote, what do we get then? nothing on the server. Okay. And if we do it on both. Okay. Yeah, then both of them generate the data we need. So, stars on the server and craziness on the client. Okay. So what if we do our authority switch there? Okay, so it works perfectly on the server. And then if we delay that, okay, we get both. Not sure why the client is doing some craziness there. Let's just delay a single tick. Very odd. Okay, so that's definitely only doing its thing on the server. I'm wondering whether or not the server is doing basically overlapping with the client. Like one is cancelling out the other one. Oops. Let's just turn off replication on this a minute. Okay, I didn't get anything come up on the stream. Hey Ishta, yeah, there'll be lots of background and lore around the game. We've discussed it quite a lot in the Discord community. I've yet to pen any significant documents yet, sort of outlining the history of the United Nations, or rather the future history of the United Nations, and how all that fits into the lore of the game. But yes, the game will have a story, and it will have hero races. Although that aside, we will be giving players obviously the freedom to roleplay whatever they want to roleplay within the game. The roleplay tools that we make available should hopefully allow you to shape the experience any way you want. Basically, yeah. Okay, so it definitely needs to be replicated for it to do a fire on a wall, which is... oh, sorry, choking on my tea. Why is it doing it twice? That's the question. Right, actually we can solve this. Right, let's just make sure that we flag the fact that this is the initial generation, so we don't want that first run to be set to negative until we've definitely been through and done a full generation. It should be true by default, yep. Make sure it's not doing this. And then it's not going to generate sectors until, or rather that's going to remain false until it's actually gone through and generated the sector. So let's just give that a try a sec. Okay, so it's doing it twice. Because right, yeah, because the server's forcing it, and then so is the client. But that is working, which I suppose is the point. So we have stars on the server, we have stars on the client. Right, just make sure that's actually consistent. Yeah, okay. So do we definitely need a delay in there? That's the bigger question. Okay, yes, we definitely do. So something's happening out of sequence here. So the first time this is fired, it just generates on the server, like so, which is fine. So the server should quite happily have a selection of stars, like so, and then the client has none, as so, and then less than a second or so later it reruns this, so it's broadcasting this twice. So let's see Let's see what it's broadcasting. I suppose it'll be handy to see, wouldn't it? What's it doing? I wouldn't have thought that would be a problem, Ishtar. I mean, the way we're looking at it with roleplay groups is basically your game, your rules. So yeah, if a particular roleplay group wanted to roleplay their lore on their ship with a completely different background story to that within the game, then that's entirely up to them. You know, it's again their game, their rules. So if you're running a session and say you're in GM mode and you're setting the rules for that session, then anyone playing on your session should expect to abide by your rules. Yeah, I was thinking about that earlier, Dave, because obviously when we've got the star system creator in, you'll be able to start a multiplayer game with star systems that you've designed locally. And of course, again, with the GM tools, if you've created an array of star systems, you want those to be visible to the client. But then a client won't have a copy of that file because that's definitely something that's on your local save game. So we'll probably replicate those as a replicated variable in addition to the actual underlying galaxy gen, because there won't be, you know, tens of thousands of those, or hopefully there won't be tens of thousands of those. The replicated variable was working up to about 400, I think it was. Yeah, about 400 star systems, it was working fine. So unless you've created 400 star systems locally, it should be perfect. Yeah, it could be something like that, Alexander. I am definitely prone to silliness. Right, so that's definitely the coordinates as to where we are. Which is sending through to the server. So if we then add our delay, let's go for half a second. Do we get the same coordinates again? Oh, so that's interesting. So that means that is weird, because so obviously this is going to fire when this is updated. So when the ship moves, we fire this, and that's what drives this. Oh, so it would be this probably, which is... Let's get rid of that a minute. Yeah, it's that. Okay. So this, all right, this is starting to make sense now. So this here is basically what's loaded out of the save game, and it basically syncs up where the ship is from the save game, and this is the live coordinates, which changes based on the ship's current location. Ultimately, that needs to be deleted, because this will be updated from the save game anyway. But that does bring us back to the issue whereby this is a server event, or rather this is only running on the server, because this is going out on the server. It's running whether we can multicast this actually. That would potentially solve the issues. So hang on, let's look at the reference viewer a minute, see what is updating that. Okay, so it's coming from the game state, which is going to be one of these ones, so it'll be this basically. Which is interesting because that is going out as a multicast. So that's Event Galaxy Chords, that one there. Yeah, so that's that one. So I think what's been happening with this is this has been set as a multicast and it's never been working as a multicast. I think that's ultimately what's been happening here, which is interesting. See if I can force that to multicast. So if I make this update multicast. So we make this one multicast. Oh, yeah, I'll give it a vector. Make this one just a server event. Pass that through to there. So server event turns into a multicast. Yeah, still only running on the client. On the server rather. Actually, just double check that. Yeah, so only the server is reporting the vector, which means, hang on, why did oh. Get rid of that one a minute, it's muddying the waters. Although, hang on a minute, let's just look at the reference viewer on this one a sec. Yep. Yeah, so this is going to be this. It's interesting. Why is it running on there? Okay. Okay, so that's being called from somewhere. Okay, so that's being called from externally. So this is why we need to comment our stuff. Hey, Tycho. Right, so that there is being called from the ship. So when the ship moves, it calls that. Again, that is a... it's actually a pawn, actually. Yeah, so the flyable ship is a pawn. And that's running on the server. So we're making sure that this is all running server side, so none of this happens on the client. Okay, yes, that's not going to help us because if that isn't establishing authority, then it can't come from that pawn anyway. It's out of interest. If we collect purely as a client, so we don't get anything there. So essentially the delay is not needed because we can stop it from overlapping those two things. Yes, Tycro, thank you. Live from the dev shed. So we've had an issue with replicating the new sensors. So long story short, the galaxy generates a lot of data and we cannot replicate that over the network as a variable because there's just too much stuff. So we need to make sure that the client is generating that data in isolation in addition to the server, but we want the server to be the thing that's actually triggering that event. So I think the easiest way to do this may very well be to make... See, if we make this a replicated variable, actually, yeah, let's do that. So make sure this is always relevant because we don't want the galaxy to never not update. So rather than driving an output pin on here, if we make this a rep notify variable and we do stuff here, then what we can do is we can just make a new event, call it ship cohorts updated. Okay, then on here we just do ship cohorts updated. Okay, so that should fire that on all clients and the server, which means technically we shouldn't need that. It just means we're now just storing this replicated variable here. Like so. Still doing it twice, which is odd. Why are we doing it twice? So what we can do here, do an auth check there, just make sure that the client doesn't try and do this or this. As I said, this is kind of redundant these days, so let's get rid of that so it's not muddying the waters. We don't need to replicate a fake button press, which means that, oops, that can go up there. So when the server updates the location of the ship, and we do need this to be server authoritative, so we don't want clients being able to arbitrarily change the ship location. It has to come from the server. So when the server updates this variable, it simply fires that. So it goes from there to there, and then we do our multicast. Although in fact these don't need to be multicast anymore. So that doesn't need to be replicated again because it's coming from there, and then neither does this need to be replicated. So all the replication should be driven simply from the ship's coordinates changing. Okay, did not fire on the clients. Just making sure that is firing on both a sec. So it's definitely firing on the client. Right, so yeah, I guess this needs to be replicated as well, doesn't it? Because that's what we're checking against needs there. Yes, CSI, it should do. Wooden ships, yeah, the name does appear on the hull, although it's very, very faint because the texture is wrong. But yes, it will show brightly and proudly and boldly on the ship once it's done. And hello Alfie, welcome to the stream again. Yeah, except you shouldn't see it twice on the same client or the same server, which we seems to have stopped. Ah, nice. So you can see that the client follows up, to be fair, fairly delayed after the server. Now the client, however, so that's fine, so we know that's working. Both the client and server are getting that message. I think what's happening is the client is going all the way down here in the logic. Yeah, so the client is failing the logic check now. So I'm not actually going to replicate that because it's the client that's running this logic check. So we don't want the server to say yes, we have regenerated this sector, because then the client won't think it has to. So that definitely needs to not be replicated. And the default value needs to be something mental, like somewhere the ship will never be. Same with that one, actually. Again, we will not replicate this because each client needs to check its own listing. So again, we will set this to somewhere the ship is very unlikely to be at the precise moment that it's checked. So unless your ship is exactly there, it should be fine. Yeah, and those, again, we don't want to replicate those. So the only thing we actually want to replicate is where the ship currently is. So, interesting. Lots of spam. Regenerating. Sorting. Let's just find out who's doing what and why. Okay, so the server is regenerating, the client is properly trying to regenerate. Okay, so that's a good start. So how far does it get? Okay. So this is going to spam a lot. 27 versions of these per server and client. Okay, so the client is definitely trying to regen the sector. That's good. Let's get some numbers to see whether it actually did generate anything. Yes, okay. So the client and the server both generated the same number of stars, which is great. That's exactly what we want to see. Okay, so the next thing we need to check is that blah blah blah. Okay, so about to start sorting. Okay, yeah. Sort. Actually, let's make this one a little bit more verbose. Sorted. That many stars. Grab our length. Pop that in there. I don't know why I wrote moo. That'll do. Okay, so both the client and the server sorted the same number of stars. Right, so that means then this bit is done. So we are definitely seeing correctly linked data between the client and server. They're both doing the same job at the same time. So now we come to this. So this is the hiccup potentially. So, right, let's do another verbose one. So sending. That, pop that in there, give that a nice color, make it last longer. Right, let's see what we get. Aha. Okay, so right. So they're sorting the same number. That's interesting. Have I, like an idiot, made that only a server event? Oh, I did. I did. So right, so the reason that's happening is because I was telling it to only construct these classes on the server, and these are the payload classes for the broadcasts. So we want that happening on the client, but only that happening on the server. So that makes sense. Right, so that means then that should fix that problem. So they should both send the same number of stars. 697 for the server, 697 for the client. Okay, so great. So both the client and the server are sending the right number of stars. So the next question is this coming up on here? So let's make sure that the replication is all set on here. Yep. Right. So I should expect to see a hello message on both the server and the client. Server hello, client hello. Okay. Great, so that's working. And they're both seeing the same number of stars. The $1,000,000 question then is, do we have stars? Yes, we do. Stars on the client, stars on the server. Out the way. Okay, yeah, so actually that's working. So if we just target that one randomly, maybe go for one that's a bit further out. Yeah, you'll do. Do we have that on the client? Yes, we do. So both the client and the server both have the same data, both generating the same stars. Jobs are good 'un. Oh, cup of tea, I think. Cup of cold tea at that. Yeah, I've stopped drinking out of this thing because this is like magic. You can put something in here like at 9 o'clock in the morning. Come 5 p.m. it's still scaldingly hot. It's like some weird alien technology. Now it's nice and warm. Yeah, perfectly hot. Okay, so with that working and replicating, right, the next thing we need to do is make sure that we're generating that data on here. Okay, so we are pulling that data from no, not that one. That one, right. Okay, so this was the big failure we had before, which was what started all of this. So we were trying to replicate the sorted list of stars, which just wasn't working. So this functionality basically needs to come off of here and be moved onto here. So that needs to be not replicated. No, not replicated. That monstrosity needs to go into there. Okay, and that's where we do a bit of logic just to force the update. Okay, so we're only seeing that update on the server. Now, is that because, once again, I have forced that to... Yeah, I have. Right, so which ones don't we want on the server? So... only that one, I think, actually, so let's make that run on the client as well. It might actually be enough just to make it work. Aha! Stars. Right, so the client has got a list of stars, and as you can see, as I highlight these, the same ones are highlighting on the server. So, well, it's working, basically. Make sure that works the other way around. So if I target that one at the top, and assuming that one at the top is on the client, yeah. Target that one, it's up there, that's there, so it's that one, which is there. Okay, zoom it out, go down there, click on that one, all the way up there, same on the client. Ooh, progress. Right, so one discrepancy I noticed straight away here is that on the client, the list of stars is scrolled all the way to the top. And on the server, it's scrolled all the way to the bottom. So the actual scroll is not replicating. The button presses are, so our highlights are replicating. The scroll is not. So, that's a complicated one, because if you update the position of the scroll bar when the scroll bar moves, you end up with this really, you basically you can't drag it, because if you try and drag it, it's like it's juddering and sticking because it's trying to update its location whilst you're moving it. And we'd have to report that back. Yes, might be a way around that. Huzzah indeed, CSI, I agree. Another cup of tea slurp, I reckon. I don't think it does. Hang on, let's find the widget element a minute. You. on so we could do that. Except that doesn't seem right. So in order to do this, we need to force it to scroll. So if it was a scroll box, we can just force the percentage on the scroll box. Yeah, it's list views are a weird thing. It's because they're virtual, so it's a virtualized list, so that even if you've got like 10,000 list items, it's only rendering the ones you can see, and the other ones are not rendered, and it reuses them as well. So when one scrolls off screen, it kind of reuses it for the next one. It's a bit weird the way it works, but it means that the scroll is not a simple scroll, because say if it was like an HTML element, you'd have a set height, and you'd scroll the percentage of that set height. It has no set height. So what you can do though, I think you can scroll into view. Well, that, which means assuming we can also set scroll offset as well. So we can do that. I wonder if item offset is actually scroll offset and they've just named it differently. What we could do though is just get that. So we'd have to bind that on where it's uninitialized. So we'd have to bind it up here somewhere. Hang on, let's just do a really messy pin through there. No, we didn't want to do set, did we? We wanted to do... Oh, hang on, they're both set. Get scroll offset, yeah. Let's see whether that actually does do what I hope it will do. Yeah, because I know you can force it to scroll to an individual element if you have a reference to that element. So for example, what we could do, if that doesn't work, is like when the server clicks on one like that, on the client, it will scroll that one into view at the top. But that seems to be doing a thing. Okay, and it's relative as well, so I'm assuming then the bottom would be 100. I don't know. Okay, so it doesn't seem to adhere to any particular scale. But that does give us a number we can work with. No, that's fine actually, I think we can do this. So all we do then is on here where we do our button presses and this stuff. So I set up some generic data handling functions. So like here we're just passing a string and here we're just passing a float. But because we're passing a button ID alongside the float, we can do a switch on string, and we can pass just a generic float value but do different things with it depending on what we set as our ID. So I can just add that as a generic float value, and when on here we can just add like list, put the T down, list view scrolled, like that, and then and I suppose then we need to add it to our update. So we need a reference in here to store that float value, so we know that it's actually been updated. I think before we go ahead and do that though, let's just cheese it a minute. Get list view not range. Right, so we've got 4 of them we need to manage. Right, and then we set scroll offset to that value, like so. So right now this is just a test, so we're just going to force it to get to that scroll offset based on a replicated float, which we will drive from here. So what we want to do then is we want to grab to remember what the event's called. It's called update float value UI. So we do update float value UI. Let's whack that in there. And of course we need to make sure that the ID, button ID matches, so that we're sending that to the right place. Right, so that should force the scroll wheel, scroll bar, to be in the same place on the client. The question is, does it then break for the person doing the scrolling? Which historically it kind of has for me, but we shall see. Do it on the client just to really stress test it. Okay, so I'll go for lots and lots of things. Well, it's definitely scrolling for both of them. By Jove, it's working. That was interesting though, that stopped highlighting when I scrolled it back into view. No, why is it doing that? This is what I was talking about by having virtualized items. So this is highlighting because it's running a check against the coordinates of this object. So it knows which one's highlighted. Now when it scrolls off screen like that, it no longer exists. So when you scroll it back onto the screen, it's no longer highlighted because it's had to redraw that object. But when the object redraws, it should pick up the fact that it's highlighted. And the fact I can't click it means it knows it should be highlighted, and yet it's not highlighting. So that needs fixing. Let's check to see whether it's doing that on the server. Yeah, see on the server, that is staying highlighted, so that's going to be a client issue. Although, out of interest, does that then mean it stays... Oh yeah, see look, it stays highlighted on the client now. So obviously when the client is setting the target, it's not sticky enough. I did notice some weirdness there actually, so... Yeah, there's a little bit of a hitch when it's scrolling. Why is it highlighting both of them? Oh, I wonder if that's one on the client, one on the server. Bet it is. See you, wooden chips. Have a good one. Are they both on the client? No. See, on the client, neither are highlighted. Oh no, that one is. Okay, there's definitely some funkiness there to iron out, but fundamentally that is working. That's weird. So that one's highlighted until you get to that one. As soon as that one comes on screen, it flicks. So that one's highlighted and now that one is. So if I highlight that L class there, yeah, it's the same thing happening there then. So that M class is highlighted and now it's that one. And I wonder, that's LY then M. It's the M that's highlighted. So on the client, what do we have? So LY and M is the one that's highlighted. So I think, so if we highlight the L class on the client, which we can't because it's already highlighted. Right, so now that that one's highlighted, do we... Okay. And what about now? Okay, so that one M class is sticky. Okay. We'll chalk that one up as a bug and deal with it accordingly. But fundamentally, we have replicated scrolling and all that stuff. Right, what's next? or I suppose actually, custom or manually specified sectors would be next. So on the client, oh, of course, yeah. So on the client, we get a FFFFFF and nothing on there. Okay, and the same on the server. We've got the same scrolly on the server. Okay, so server has the same view. Right, so if I move that, so we've got a black hole at the top, that's nice and obvious, and we have a black hole at the top on there as well. Okay, so that seems to be syncing. So there's no data on the holo display and no data on the holo display. Okay, that's fine because so I don't think we're actually telling it to yet, so that's okay. Oh, it's getting quite chilly in here. Time to put the heating on, I think. Oh yeah, it's dropped down to 20 degrees C. I've got a little electric heater with a remote, so I don't have to get up because I'm that lazy. Right, yes, so where and how are we generating that data? Right, so if I recall, yes, right, so that's temporary. If I'm going to comment that as such, actually, add to sensors data properly. Let's make a note for myself, otherwise I'll completely forget to do that. And the same on that one. Big red box for the hard of hearing. Hopefully I won't forget that now. Yeah, absolutely. Right, so on here we've yeah, that one. Okay, so we're generating the sector data there. Yeah, and we're using the game state version for that. So what I'm going to have to do is do this once on begin play, grab a reference to the Galaxy Jet vector, I probably don't need the tag, to be honest. There's only going to be one of those in the world, but I'll do that anyway. I don't need a tag. Actors of class. Right, there is only one of them, so it can just be the first item in the list. Custom us to... I will set this up with a blueprint interface so we won't need to cast to it. Because again, casting is the devil, never do it. So we don't need that. Give it a sector. Let's make sure that's actually working. Oh, great. Oh, thanks, CSI. Yeah, you're quite right. I might unread only those in a sec, but I'll leave the pins disconnected. Although, I'll actually try that in a minute, actually, and see whether they work, because it might be the case that the other issue I was having might have fixed both problems. Right, so long range, that one. Oh yeah, we're generating our data, so that's good. And go up there, black hole. You've got a black hole. Great. I always get suspicious when that works like that, because obviously I've just deleted the old code and replaced it with the new class, but it worked like straight away, no problems, and that never happens. So always makes me suspicious. Absolutely. Yeah, sorry, I jinxed it. I'm generally not a fan of any games involving balls, other than snooker and pool. Well, you only have to look at me to know that I'm not particularly sporty. Unless it involves something with wheels and an engine. Yeah, let's do that in a minute. Right, that's that done. I guess test number 1, can both client and server at least open a connection to the database. Again, save all, because this will probably crash. Yeah, all good. Okay. And then we need to hook that back up and that back up. So this should restore the Galaxy SQL side of things, which is the real stars and the backer star systems, which means we'll get a lot of red spam, I would have thought. Yep. So that's fine. That's just the client unable to read the file. And that makes sense, because I don't think this client has access to the file system anyway, because it's like a virtual machine. It's not a proper client. But that seems to have worked, like, without any ill effects whatsoever. Now the only time this is going to be slightly different, because if we press home and target Earth, so we're now targeting Earth, and if we click the handy teleport button, actually can the client even do that? I don't think they can. Perhaps only the server can do that. So that's generating the galaxy data again. So obviously it's generating on the server and not the client, because the client can't access the file system. Really slowly. We seem to have gone to Sag A, which is why there are this many stars. Oh yeah. Just gotta get the... Oh, no, don't do it. Don't crash. Oh, no, we're good. Press that button. No, that's fine actually. Yeah. Manual escape. Right, Earth. View. Right, so we can see Earth. The client cannot see Earth. Or much of anything else, to be fair. Yeah, so basically the client has no visibility of the real world stars, whereas the server does. So the server can see that. I imagine, let's click something a little bit further away, like that one. Okay, so we're targeting Wolf 359. And I imagine on the client we'll see the target but not the star. Yeah, so basically we're targeting thin air on the client because it's just generating procedural stars. But that's fine, that's only a problem for me playing in the editor. On a packaged game that won't be an issue. All good though. Well, the Sag A thing is something different because at Sag A, because it's so huge and the game thinks it's a stellar mass black hole, it treats the distance that it puts you away from it as if it were a stellar mass black hole. But of course, because it's a supermassive black hole, the event horizon is massive, like AUs in terms of size. So it's putting the ship right in the middle of the black hole as if it was stellar mass, which is why it's all glitchy and weird. So I need to add supermassive black holes as an actual class in their own right, which is one of the things on my to-do list. Yeah, it's just one of those little things. I mean, generally speaking, it's only a problem if you teleport to it. If you fly up to it normally, it's not a problem. Right, so okay, so that's all put back together. That weirdly works, which means we basically need to replicate this functionality on the holo display, and we need to do so when we click on the long range. Because we don't need to care about the GPS side of things, only the long range. Yeah. Although because if I add that to the holo display, then we're generating the data twice, which of course we never want to do. We only ever want to generate it once. But if I suppose we can get the sensors to generate the data, and then have it broadcast the data rather than just hand it back. Because the way I've got it set up is when you fire this, what you're doing is you are basically firing a blueprint interface, which is firing a function on the actual Galaxy Gen. So you're saying, please give me this data. It does the generation of the sector, and then it hands that back via, again, still via the blueprint interface, back to where it was requested from, which means at no point is it touching the event graph or anything else on the Galaxy Gen, which means we can't run additional things on it, like sort functions or anything like that. And it also means that it's just saying, yeah, bleh, here's your data. Now, if we would do the same thing on the holo display, we're having to do that twice. So every time you click the button, it's having to generate an entire sector's worth of data twice, which is really suboptimal. So what it would be better to do would be to avoid this entirely, and do it here instead. So I think we might even have an interface for that. Yeah, so if we use the request single sector blueprint interface, and we do generate single sector there, and what we're lacking from here is a return path. Why do we have that? I suppose we'll use that afterwards. Okay. Yeah, so we need a return path so we know where the request came from. Just that. Give that an actor. Oops. Give that an actor object reference. So then on here, no, not on, oh yeah, on here as well. So if we scratch that a minute. So we're going to request single sector message. That should be a message. Let's compile these a minute so it doesn't get itself all confused. Request single. Where's my message? There. Okay, so give it its coordinates, give it its data only flag, give it its ID. Okay, so this behavior is going to change ever so slightly, perhaps, maybe. Whoops, no. I do, Delta, yeah. We are still in the process of getting them outside, actually. Once again, today they were going to go out, but we're due kind of 1 degree temperatures this evening, so it's almost going to be freezing. So we need to acclimatize them a little bit. It should warm up towards the end of the week, so they can go out then. I spent a couple of hours yesterday drilling a bunch of poles and bits of old wooden things to the inside of a shed for perches and such. So I'm just getting my head around the logic flow for this a sec. So at multiple points throughout this particular blueprint, we will have calls to request some single sector data. Now, if it's the GPS mode doing the requesting, we're going to be requesting it as data only, because we don't want the actual data. We only want just to know how many of each star there is. So it's a much smaller payload. If it's the long-range sensors, of course, we need all the stellar data as well, so we can list it in the list. So that's not data only. Just wondering whether I could split these up, and so rather than using a system ID, do it separately. But I think I'll keep the system ID approach. And oh, looks like the stream is struggling a bit. Yeah, so we'll keep the system ID approach, because what that does is it gives us the ability to add things like the astrometrics room, which will have its own holo display and its own set of sensors panels, meaning that we can have the same bit of code come back with broadcastable events depending on what thing is doing the requesting. Which is probably the easier way, because if we've got a second sensors UI and a second holo display, and indeed a third, because there'll also be an equivalent setup in engineering as well, because the engineering control room is going to be the backup bridge, so all of that stuff needs to be there as well, which means we need to differentiate between which UI panel is actually requesting this data, because what we don't want is someone on the bridge to request something and then it come up, down in engineering or something. So we need those differentiators on there. Yeah, it's what's the stream rate? Hang on, I can probably see. Yeah, it seems happy now. Apparently the stream is healthy. Yes, more satellites, please. Fortunately, the Wi-Fi on my computer actually reaches our old landline in the house, our own landline broadband. So if Starlink ever goes down, I do have a backup connection I can switch to, which is nice to have. No, CSI, there can be as many as we want. So there will be at a minimum 3, and probably more. Because I think it would be good in the astrometry lab, where you could maybe have a suite of just sensor stations, so you could have multiple people scanning multiple targets at the same time, which could be quite useful. Like you could have, say there was 4 or 5 of you on the ship, as players, you could all go down to the astrometry lab, and all of you could be working next to each other, all looking for a system that has, say, an Earth-like potential planet in it, and if all of you are working together, the chances of finding one quicker goes up exponentially. Hey Jade, how many hours per week? It tends to fluctuate depending on what Claire might need me for, because, you know, obviously we have a house and kids to take care of as well, so I do have to leave my office sometimes. Generally speaking, I would say it's around 12 to 13 hours a day. Sometimes it can be like 15, 16 hours a day. Yeah, just having some differentiators like this is fine, because then the game knows, you know, where this data's headed to. Right, so the question now then, so if I'm doing that, then we need to broadcast that rather than send it back. I believe I might have already... Yeah, here's what I prepared earlier. So I can send it like that. Grab a copy of our event handler, and then send event. No. What was it? Call event, not send event. Call global event by class. Class in this particular instance is single sector, and the payload is that. So that's the class that we set up here. So we construct our class, assign it to a variable, set the variables within that class, and send that as a payload. So that then goes out to the game at large, to anything that might be listening. We don't need that requesting actor, actually. Right. This is unsorted, of course. So it would be good. It would be good to sort this. Going to have to pull that array out, sort it and put it back. Alright, I will do that, but not yet, because I'm going to have to pull the array, assign it to a variable, and then we'll do a set members there, put that array back. Yeah, so we need to variabilize that, sort it, and then stick it back on there, and then send that. So then that would go in there, and that would send it sorted. So that data would be sorted by distance to the ship, so that it appears in the list in the right order. Because otherwise, it just appears listed by class, which is no good. Future job, but not a difficult one. Right, so that should broadcast out. So what we then need to do is we need to grab this and start listening for that single event. Are we all ready, perchance? No. No, of course not. That would be far too simple. Right, so if we grab that and all of that. Right, let's tidy this up a bit. There's all the server side stuff up there. Okay. And then we've got that one there, which is running on the client, and stick that one. No. Stick that one down there as well. No worries, CSI. Thanks for joining as always. Always a pleasure to have you on the stream. What time is it? Oh, it's been 3 hours. I'll be heading off myself soon, actually. I need my daily walk. Single sector generated. As to single sector. Get the single sector. Get ID. Right, so that should now do essentially the same job as before. So now that we've cut out this bit from here, and we're just broadcasting that generally now to the game, which means I can take a copy of this, and if we put this also on the holo display, and we need to start listening for this. Right, so we got blah 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 blah. That's that one. Okay, so shove that out the way. Shove that up there. Pop that in there. Work that in there. Do another one of them, I reckon. Right, so yes. Do I have a single sector version of that? Yes, I do. Right, so actually we don't need that. Yes, we do need that. So Yeah, don't need that. Technically that should be the same. Yep. So we'll get rid of the replication off of that. Get rid of that. Okay, that should sort that as well. Single sector generated. I have that somewhere else. Oh yeah, there. What on earth? That was nicely redundant. Yep, okay. Right, do we have all the data we need where we need it? Let's see. Right, so long range sensors, we've got stuff there. And right, let's go for our manual sector. No stars. If we go back to it. No stars. Although the server has stars. Okay, let's change this up a bit. So we want set our location to there, which crashes the game. I bet that was the SQL file again. I will disconnect those a minute, stop that from happening. An excuse for a slurp of tea. That's all still where it should be. Good, good, good. Right, so disconnect that one and that one. That will stop any file system errors, hopefully. Interestingly, it didn't update that. Oh, it does now, though. That's interesting. It's really slow update. What's going on there? That's nice and nippy and zippy, so that's all right. And then I have a suspicion it might be trying to generate the data with every click. Obviously there it's not. It's also doesn't seem to be limiting the display based on distance either. That gap is normal because what you're actually showing on the sector view there is literally a sector, so that's just the edge of that sector. If we were to change that to 50. That one to 50. No, actually. Completely wrong. Set them all to 0. That should be the middle of the sector. Yeah, there we go. That's the middle. And what does the client see? So the client doesn't have any stars, but it is seeing them there. Okay, that's something at least. Okay, so why does the client not have them on there? Assuming the scroll still works. Yep, good. Oh, that'll be why. Got it hooked into the authority side, which of course is no good. Aha, stars. Okay, so we're seeing the same thing in the same place. And there as well. Fairly consistent. Okay, so does it fall on its face if I change the location? So nothing there and nothing there. Okay, so at least they're consistently both showing nothing. And I think that's because the set button's probably not forcing the regeneration of the data. So if we come off of that mode and go back to it, now it's regenerating the data. So there's a whole bunch of stars there, and a whole bunch of stars there. Okay, and if we target one of those, guess we're targeting stuff we can't see, so that one is definitely targeted. And you're seeing it's targeted as well. Okay, so that's a nice consistent view between the two of them. All right. Working and working. Right, okay, so one other thing we can test actually, if we go back to this mode, so let's target, say, that star there. Now the question is, if we actually move the ship, we need obviously the target to track. Stars are going to move, and it needs to we need to track the distances and make sure they're consistent as well. Yes, Delta, absolutely. There's nothing particularly broken about this build, so I don't see why not. Okay, so target is tracking on the server. Target is tracking on the client. Okay, so that's 4.9, I think, to that one. Hard to read. Right, 4.12. Get around there real quick. 4.12. Let's wait for it to change again. 3.48 and 3.48. Okay, so looks like that's all replicating nicely. Okay, so let's actually go to that star system. So if we set our auto nav there, now that's interesting actually. So the client doesn't have any visible stars out of the window, I've just noticed, so that's not great. All good for the server though. So if we go to medium range, we've just got a single star, an unknown planet. Okay, do we see that on here? Yes, we do. Okay, and we've definitely got the so we've got the star system syncing between the two, so that's good. Syncing there, okay, which is good. So if the client does a survey, It's now showing as an atmospheric terrestrial planet. And on this one as well. Okay, and then if we zoom into the temperature region. Yep, that's consistent on the client as well. Okay. Okay, so wrong console. If we let's find a system with a lot of planets rather. 7, 6, 6, 5. I think 7 is the most there. Right, so if we view the detail of that system, yeah, so that changed for the client as well. In fact, if I pop the server over here, where you can kind of see that off to one side. So if we initiate a survey on the client, great, so we can see the survey taking place on both the client and the server. And they've all gone green for the client. And they've all gone green for the server. Top one's highlighted for the server. Top one's highlighted for the client. Okay, client has highlighted the third one down. That adjusted for both. Third one down. Highlight the last one there. Yep, and yep. Okay, so that all seems to be replicating now. Yeah, so the medium range is good, and then short range, that's fine, that's consistently broken on both, but that's because it's a star and we haven't sorted them out yet. So if we let's travel the ship over there a minute. Is that not working on the client? No, it's not. Okay, so the auto nav button's not working on the client. But that's fine because these are just test buttons anyway, so it's not the end of the world. Can you see the label on the client? No. Okay, so the labels need fixing for the client. Okay, so short range view, that one, that one. Okay. And we're good on the client as well. Can the client show layers? Yes, it can. It shows on both. Okay. Okay, good. Definitely getting somewhere. The external external stars, well, that's difficult to say, is fine for the server, but not for the client. So the client's not seeing stars, but they are seeing star systems. Pretty sure I know why. It's probably because the live star field here should be Where is it? You should be listening for that event. So we don't want that one. Don't want that one. Right. Yeah. So it was taking it all from the sensors data, which we don't want to do. We want to take it from this one, which is that. That is oops, what's this? So it's not forcing it to do it on the server. On the nav? Do you mean like the labels? The labels are definitely not working on the client. But then neither is this, so... Ah, I see. Let's just see what we're getting here in terms of the output. Okay, so both the server and client are seeing the right number of stars. That's definitely a good start. So for each of those, blah 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 blah. Make sure that both server and client are firing this event. Server yes, client yes. It's definitely not doing it. Hang on, let's make it bigger. Yeah, those are just the textured ones to fill in the gaps. Those aren't the live ones. Client's definitely getting the data, so definitely stars. Definitely stars there. Definitely stars there. So it should definitely be seeing some there. So if we're getting this far, where? Yeah, for sure. Where is it failing? So it's going to be doing that 960 odd times. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. I wonder if this is a server thing. So basically you've got that, which is an instant static mesh, and what it's doing is it's adding instances of this mesh basically as child objects to this blueprint. I do wonder whether or not it's not liking that happening on the client. And let's just if it's the remote, let's just make sure it is actually doing something a minute. Yeah, so it tried to. There's very little to this, so yeah, that's just labels, so might be having a bit of a hissy fit because we're responding to this event twice, but that shouldn't matter. So the remote goes there, that one goes there. Again, just making sure it's getting past this. Yeah, no worries, Delta. All good. So the other possibility is that it is actually generating the stars, but it's generating them in a bizarre place. So let's let's make sure that that isn't happening. So just check the vectors. They should all be different. Yep. Okay, so it's putting them all where they should be. Yeah, I suppose the other thing I can do is if we hang on, get rid of that a minute. So for every one that we spawn, if we grab the index for that mesh instance, and again we want to make sure this is only happening on the client. And then we'll do a location of that, just to verify that we are actually adding an instance and it is actually, you know, valid and all. Yeah, seems to be. What are you doing over there? Let's make that last a bit longer because it's flashing up too quick. See, the scale should be huge. Why don't we do a bit more of a verbose output here? Right, so the location is that, and the scale is that. Okay. Forgot to set the timer on it. Right, so the distances are normal because we have to spawn those little stars quite a long way from the ship. Otherwise, when you move the camera around the ship, you see them moving and it breaks the effect. But their relative scale has to be correspondingly huge so that they're all the same size in the sky. So what it does is it calculates distance by a scale factor. So the further away it is, the bigger and bigger and bigger it gets, so that it's the same size on screen. And all that data seems to be correct, so it is definitely spawning stars. So where the bloody hell are they? So if we're definitely spawning them, and we're not doing anything weird with visibility or anything, are we? Yeah, visible, blah 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 blah. It's not hidden in game or anything. So we're clearing the instances there. Oh. I wonder if that's happening. There could be a crossover there somewhere. Hang on, is it replicated? No, so it's not replicated, so we shouldn't need to worry about that. And it's not doing anything that requires replication. What I could do is add a billboard. Add billboard. What's your billboard? Yeah, that's probably will do. Stick that in the same location. This might crash because that's going to be like hundreds of billboards. But the thing about the billboards is they're screen space, so they should be consistently scaled. So we should see like a bunch of billboards. Okay, let's try that on the server as well. Make sure the server can see them. No. Okay. Should be right. Is that one here a minute? In game that doesn't help by default. Doesn't explain why I can't see it though. Not quite sure what these do. Why are we so far away? Right, that's better. So there's the mesh, there's the billboard. Is it inside the mesh? Why are you not visible? Ah, okay, there we go. Right, so that's not screen scaled. That is. Oh, I see. I see. But I want a minimum screen size too. Help if I knew what any of these did. Right, so 1, 5.1. know. Don't know. Okay. Okay. Let's just try material billboard a second. Do you have anything useful? No. Alright. You'll do. Right, okay. Right, that's what we wanted. Something that stays consistently the same size on screen, regardless of where it is. So, 0.01, 0.01, 0.1, 0.1. Let's just do an emissive something or other. Like that. That'll do. Right, so 0.01, 0.01. Right, that should be our star. So, right, so on here then, we want to add a material billboard. On 0.01, 0.01 in screen space. Right. So we should see, don't need that one anymore, blue squares all over the sky. Definitely no blue squares. Okay. Ishtar, hypothetical question. How much of the generation code would you have to change to generate a completely new galaxy without the real stars? Without the real stars, it does it by default. So like now, if I disconnect the SQL database, it will just generate procedural stars. If you wanted a completely new galaxy, that would be quite the big code change, because the sector seed is directly derived from its XYZ coordinates. So that's why the galaxy is naturally the same for everybody, because it's the coordinates that drive the seed, that drive the generation. So you would have to offset every single coordinate by a value to change its seed. So yeah, not easily is the answer to that. And hello, Tim. we're working on the replication of the galaxy data on the sensors, and at the moment, at this precise second, fixing the lack of stars for clients in the sky, which might be a red herring. It could be the fact I'm running the client on the same machine. In fact, I will test that in a sec. If you change the seed, Ishtar, then it will generate a different selection of stars. So the galaxy as a whole doesn't have a seed. There isn't like a galactic seed. Again, so every single sector, so that's every single 100 light year cube, is generated completely in isolation. The only thing that connects those sectors together is the fact that they are both, all of them are reading from the same 2D density map, which defines the stellar density for that sector. And that's what drives the shape of the galaxy. But each individual sector has its own seed and therefore its own content. So this is why when we're doing things like the political states and the life generation, that's on a per sector basis. Because when we generate that whole sector, we apply a political state to that sector. If you change that sector's seed, then that political state will change, all the stars will change, all the star systems, all the planets will change, all of it. You know, every rock and every tree on the surface of every planet will change if you change the seed of the sector. But because the sector's seed is part of the coordinate system, you can't just give it a different seed, because it's literally driven by that XYZ vector. So yes, we can add new galaxies. We just put them somewhere else, basically. Like, let's say Andromeda, for example. Now, Andromeda's a very, very long way away, but there's no reason why we couldn't have like a wormhole or something which leads to Andromeda, and then generate the Andromeda galaxy using all the same rules and techniques we use for the Milky Way. Give it a different bitmap to define its shape, although in the future we'll do that programmatically instead. And then it will just generate the same as the Milky Way does. Yeah, that's definitely doable, Clover. See, the thing is, on the Galaxy Gen, like here, when we define the seed, so up here, so we have our random streams, and the random stream takes the seed, which is, you know, that local midpoint for that particular sector space. So it works out where the middle of the sector is, and that's the vector that drives the seed. There's a lot going on behind the scenes with this, so this isn't the standard Unreal one. In fact, if you read the description there, you can see that it's 128-bit RNG, which creates a 192-bit seed. So that 192-bit seed gives us a tremendously mental amount of numbers. Like, if you look there, so it's approximately 2 to the power 256 unique seeds. And we have to do it this way to keep everything consistent. But having that many seeds is important because it means that like within like 1 cubic light year, we can basically give a unique seed to every square kilometer within that cubic light year. So when we're generating content within the system space, every cubic kilometer has its own unique seed. So we can scatter content throughout the entire galaxy on a per cubic kilometer basis if need be, just because the seed space is so insanely huge. Yeah, Firstus is right. Because the distance of Andromeda and how far away it is, at 300 light years per hour, it would take a literal real-life year, in real time, to fly from the Milky Way to Andromeda. Some mental person would do it. They'd fill the cargo hold with like canisters of fuel and just like drag the ship across. But as you can see, because our seed space is so mentally huge, we can fit in the Andromeda galaxy if we need to at some point. But I mean, that's like years down the line in terms of content and expansions. We've got a lot of stuff to add before we go down that road. Yeah, I don't doubt it. Test this again. That is weird, actually. Why can we not see those billboards? Don't think they got a view distance on them. No, they're not. And we can try never culling them, but I don't think they do cull. Can we add one in here? No. Okay. Hoping we could just drag one into the world. Unless it's hiding somewhere. Nope, apparently not. I don't think so, Delta. No. Oh, looks like the stream's having a hiccup again. Starlink doing its thing. Let's shelve that for a minute. Yeah, I think it's kind of academic, really, in terms of FTL velocities, because one, it depends on how you actually go about it, and two, it's about the amount of energy you put into the system. So if we work on the principle that E equals mc squared, so energy and mass are interchangeable. So if you provide enough energy to the system, you can generate enough mass to compress space to the point you need to achieve those FTL speeds. So it's like, how much compression do you need to achieve a given speed. In fact, that would be a useful thing to know for the game. I wonder if there's any physicists out there that can actually give me some firm numbers on that. Like one, how much mass is needed for, say, exactly the speed of light, and then two, how much energy would you need as per E = mc squared to achieve that amount of spatial compression. That would be fascinating to know for the game and for the engineering data. Yeah, it might be an interesting question to pose. Right, one last test then before I head off for the night. I'm going to just play as a client and see what state we're in. Okay, so as a client without the server running, definitely no stars. But we do have them there, so that's good. That all works as expected. That all does its job. Yeah. Okay, so all good there. Yeah, so it's... I'm going to have to do more of a deep dive into this to find out what's going on, but yeah, those stars are definitely not rendering for clients. Although the client does seem to think they're there, which is weird. It's going to require a little bit more head scratching on my part. In fact, I'll start now, get a head start on it. Hey Gabriel. Actually, I'm afraid you've literally come in right at the end, just as I'm about to say goodbye. But what we did do is get the sensors and everything replicating. So I'm currently playing as a client, running on a dedicated server, which is relevant to Barry's question actually. Yes, private servers will definitely be a thing. Assuming you mean dedicated servers, yes, ultimately. You can run private servers now though, just by putting a password on it. But yeah, as the client, I am able to do all the stuff here that the server can do. And everything seems to be working as expected, which is good. Yeah, we'll just release a headless client. Wow. I just got launched. Is that the star? Wow. And we're not officially supporting Linux at the moment, but it does work with a Windows emulator. But yeah, I'm not sure, Delta. I think they're just not there. But as I say, I need to go and have a shower, have a think about it, go for a walk, and the idea will probably come to me. Well, I will call it there. It's been 4 hours and I need a walk and a shower and a stretch and all that stuff. So, where's my thingy gone? There it is. Yes, Robin, we've got, we're actually awaiting acceptance from GeForce Now. So we have applied and we've done all the stuff we need to do on the Steam side of things. So we've got things like cloud saves and stuff working now. So yeah, so we're just literally waiting on NVIDIA. Yes, Gabriel, in that order. Yeah, stretch, walk, shower, back to the problem. All good, all good. All right, thanks everyone. Have a great rest of the week, and I shall see you on Sunday stream. Bye for now.